Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Yay! We are now in yet day 4 of the Donna Adelson trial, and it has been interesting. I don't think it's disappointed us this far, although is she nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof? I would be, because if both of my 2 out of my 3 children have testified against me, probably the third, who's already in prison for life, might be testifying against me. And then will her husband testify for her? Y'all, there's a lot going on in this trial, and I cannot wait for us to break it down. First, I want to welcome first in chats, of course, was 80 Music Man. Good morning. Then Miss Erin, Miss June. Y'all are the first 3 in chat today. Thank you so very much for joining me. Well, guys, we've also started following another trial that we'll be watching during our breaks, and that is the fabulous, I don't know, I just want to call her the fabulous Cardi B. I'm not into that, but Miss Cardi B's gotten herself into trouble. She allegedly attacked her security guard while going to her doctor's to see if she was pregnant. Now, that kind of sucks, but in reality, did she do it? I don't know, boo. The woman security officer is not really an officer. She's a low man, basic rent-a-cop. And I mean, a lot of them do a good job, but this girl grabbed her phone and was roaring, Cardi B, and went a little too far, and Cardi B snapped back. But did Cardi B scratch her in the face, causing this woman to get a $5,000 worth of, for $2,500, micro needling in order to remove the scar from her face? Yeah, I'm calling bull ass on that one. Good morning, Miss Tinkatoo. Good morning. Yeah, I'm calling some interesting BS on that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. Let's do a quick recap on the Donna Adelson. Of course, day 1, our first witness was James Geiger. Let's see if I can grab this and put it over here so I can read it better. I love my notes. James Geiger, Dan's neighbor, who heard the gunshot and saw the light-colored Prius speeding away and found Dan wounded in his vehicle. Officer David Sims was the first responder from Tallahassee PD who secured the scene. Joanne Maltese, forensic specialist who photographed the scene and Dan's injuries at the hospital. Dr. Clark, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, confirming a point-blank gunshot wound to the head. Craig Islam, lead investigator, or ISM, who outlined the early stages of the case, will be called again later. Luis Rivera, convicted hitman who testified that Wendi Adelson wanted Dan DEAD, described the Red Room logistics and payment trail. He was the first of the group to testify against her. Then we have, on day 2, the family dynamics come into play in all the emails. The focus was on Donna's influence and the family connections, and how much control did Donna really have? Wendi Adelson, Dan's ex-wife, Donna's daughter, testified about Donna's involvement in her divorce. relocation attempts, and emotional manipulation. Admitted Donna coached her on how to testify and put on the performance, baby. Robert Adelson, her son, the black sheep of the family. Donna's estranged son describes Donna as controlling and running the show. She was emotionally detached when informing him of Dan's death. Emails presented that Donna's emails to Wendi showed her advertising on legal file. Yes, sorry. Showed her adversing on legal files, hearsay strategies, and how to portray Dan's negativity in court. In other words, boo, let me tell you how you got to do this. Too much control. Katherine Magbanua was day 3 yesterday, serving life for her role plus 60 in the Red Room. Admitted that she was paid by Charlie Adelson to pass money to hitmen. Claimed that Donna knew of her relationship with Charlie and was involved in the planning. Jeff Lacoste, Wendi's ex-boyfriend, testified that Wendi once said, "The only way I could move to Miami if something happened to Dan." Oh, and it did. Digital evidence, call records, and surveillance footage showed Dan was under the surveillance the day of the Red Room. Day 4, emails, surveillance, and strategy. We should be seeing, Craig, Isom continues, Luis Rivera was cross-examined and court recess. So, we are now waiting for the Donna Adelson trial to begin. That is our written down and our recap. Boy, Nightbot, you've been busy this morning. Good morning, G14. Welcome back. Oh, thank you so much. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning, everybody. It is a day. Yeah, it is a day. I am awake and ready to go, but as normal with me this time of the day, I get the yawnies. I'm just sorry. I'm trying to get Canva to open Sesame. There we go. There it's opening. I want that one to close. I gotta fix there we go. The last person we had was Sergeant Chris Corbett. I don't know if he'll continue or not. I don't remember. I am going to try and make my first short today. I've made a recording, and now I got to work on it. We'll see. We'll see if I can get that done. I'm trying to learn new things. Okay, the other thing we have today, let me go ahead and get the screen shared. Oh, is that we have our bingo card. Bingo card. There it is, Miss Adelson, card 3, day 4. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, we don't have a free space today. Miss June, do we not have a free space? Oh my, this will be fun. Motive, objection, Donna Adelson, text message, Wendi Adelson, Katherine Magbanua, relocation, arrest. It's not true, Your Honor. Correct and accurate. Luis Rivera moved to strike, approach the bench. May I publish? Phone records, media, sell right. South Beach, Florida, overrule sustained PowerPoints. Relationships, exhibits, are you or were you aware of? Stapled money and recording. Oh my. So we do not have a free space. Oh, no. This will be fun. This will be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I love playing this game, y'all. And June, thank you so much for all your hard work. You're simply the best. Right now, we are waiting for the trial to begin. Excuse the yawns. I'm that way first thing in the morning, y'all. Always is, always is, always, always is. I'm always this way first thing in the morning. I'm going to try and find a different feed. I like finding the feed from the newscasts themselves. There we go. That's the one I want. I'll use this as a backup feed. Always have a backup feed, y'all. Always, always. You never know what's going to happen. There we go. I got my chat pop. I'm ready to go. Where's court? I am ready to go. Where is court? Where art thou? Where art thou? You shared Tinkitude? Oh, thank you. Why is it that the first sip of coffee is absolutely the best, and then after that it's meh? How many times are you going to share it, boo? Oh, we got movement. As always, mods, I'm going to need you to do a sound check with me when this first set goes on. Excusez-moi. Okay, there we go. Yes, go make yourself a cup of coffee. I just did. I just did. And I do have me a little bit of egg. I'll finish in a little bit. Had to get some meds in me. Oh, y'all, I slept like a baby. Oh, there's those sweaters again. You know, someone asked about her wardrobe, why her husband couldn't bring her better clothes. I'm checking. And really, is this better, June? That's weird. Why am I echoing? I'm going to turn off the sound and turn it back on. We'll listen to the court.
Resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on snacks. Everybody has enough? All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer 664 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday. And thank you. So
We would need-
PM time subject from Donnal. And before we
I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks. Everybody has enough? All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
Is that better now, y'all?
Before we go
I hope
back
it is.
to your
Let me know.
PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is as loud as I can make it, y'all.
At this time.
That is full blast.
Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be?
Yeah, please, Cords, turn on the mics. Get into the mic. Or even better, put some more money in the mic system. You can afford it. This sucks.
An email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com.
Again, I'm 100% gained. I can do no more.
Yes,
Okay, subject, bad news.
correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes,
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes,
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
that would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes,
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this will be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that
Why is this doing this?
Correct.
all right? But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him
Did
a
it
ride there
yesterday.
is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Now, who attempts to call Katherine Magbanua once she is consistent with comfort rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of comfort rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanua, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of comfort rental car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of comfort rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Katherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Katherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Katherine Magbanua. Is that right?
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Katherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Katherine Magbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is.
Hope you like it.
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Katherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Katherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacoste's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Katherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donnal Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay. And was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, or an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these Evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is "Have my 14 invitations been sent?" She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So
Okay, guys, I'm going to say this real quick. That testimony, it's going to echo because I'm too far back. That testimony right there for me as a juror is pretty damning because you can't alter that. You can't manipulate that. You can't lie about that. And she's the one creating all this. She's the one that made all the connections. So, wow, I'm enjoying this. Don't forget, we are playing our bingo. Go up to the pinned comments up top and pick up your bingo card. In a little bit, I'll show you what I have and you can catch up.
this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay, what message was found in the cell bride of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right. What did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel a cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right. But you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Rockland Bridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the phone, the TV being in Harvey Adelson's as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lives south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that will be consistent with him leaving that area, potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the save gas or hybrid rental.
All right, right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's two calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. Wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Sustained, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay. So we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185. We see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Katherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows at what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m., there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendy. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to let you know something to pick the boys up early this afternoon and get them sick. That happened for you around 4:30 or 5. You can pick them up from either at the school or at the house. So let me know if that is okay with you. And also love to chat to you about that situation for school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm gonna be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. For a walk in school, something like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay. What happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right. So can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendi
What if-
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, lasts a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where the Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
And this is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Katherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Katherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06, short duration. Katherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts on evidence, calls for speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this student.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message.
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder, Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
And what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38, the Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustain unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Stephen.
I'll move on, Josh. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Katherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 timeframe.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon timeframe when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35. And then that call ends at 12:47. So we see, again, that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 timeframe and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Premier or Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
when she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was headed.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would. And this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Katherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yindra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes,
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
What?
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
Okay, we have a break. I'm rolling over my pants, y'all. No restroom. Somebody had to TT. How's my sound with you guys this morning?
Everyone can be seated. Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of testimony in.
What are we only
Needs to use the restroom. Jurors come.
11:30? What? We're gonna hear that again.
Everyone can be seated. Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of testimony in.
Well, that's interesting because we're
Needs to
gonna
use the restroom. Bailiffs, please take her at this time.
morning constitution. Okay, so they're stopping at 11:30 this morning. That's good because we'll go over to Cardi B. And then we also have another thing going on, and it's up to y'all, but we also have the Michael Proctor is a termination appeal that's been going on for 2 days. So we can do that, but also we'll watch Cardi B. We started watching her last night, so we'll hop on her when this breaks today. So I'll make I need to find out when she's going live. Hope everyone's having a great morning this morning. On one more hour, just one more hour till we get to see Cardi B. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm researching Cardi B's today's hearing. It's not up and ready yet. So Cardi B supposedly got herself in trouble. We've been watching her trial. We'll see what happens. But right now, let's stay on this trial. Yes, well, thank you, Nightbot, for reminding people to leave their DNA. So the call log filings and findings are as such. 9 your time, 10, that's 11 my time. Sigfrido Garcia, convicted hitman, had over 1,600 calls exchanged with Katherine Magbanua, the intermediary between May and July. That's a lot of phone calls, y'all. 30-second voicemail from Harvey Adelson, Donna's husband, to Garcia was highlighted, raising some eyebrows. Katherine Magbanua, the middle woman, with frequent contact with Garcia, her children's father, which is normal, received biweekly payments from the Adelson Institute signed by Donna Adelson herself after the Red Room, despite no formal employment. Donnal Adelson and Charlie Adelson. Text messages between the mother and son are talked about in stages to help talked about. They were discussing the strategies to help Wendi Adelson relocate her children and is seen as a motivation for the Red Room. The frequent reports showed consistent communication pattern between Donna and Charlie, especially around the key dates. The email evidence from the shared account of donnaharvey@gmail.com were used to show Donna's influence and coordination. Display names on the accounts were changed frequently, sometimes appearing Donna Sue, others Donna and Harvey, or just Harvey. So Donna was manipulating the personal account. Sergeant Corbett used cell tower triangulation to track the movements and to infer the surveillance of Dan Markel on the day of the Red Room. They reviewed traffic tickets, gym surveillance, and call frequency reports to build the timeline. May of 2014, the key event was the planning phase began. Garcia and Magbanua 1,600 plus phone calls began on that day. June of 2014, the surveillance of Markel, the cell phone towers ping near Markel's gym, Garcia's movements tracked via his cell phone data. July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was unalive. Garcia and Magbanua had a huge spike in their phone calls. It was basically the execution phase of their plan. The phone activity intensified greatly. Past July or post-July, payments to Magbanua began. Donna signs the checks from the Daniels Adelson Institute. And Donna and Charlie frequently text and emailed shared account from donnaharvey@gmail.com. The communication, if you're going to commit a crime, decrease your communication, don't increase it. So from between parties, between the communications of Garcia and Magbanua, the phone calls and texts, daily intense surge, pre-Red Room, suggested coordination. Donna and Charlie text and email, frequent strategic planning. Donna Magbanua, payment instruction and indirect contact biweekly, and Harvey and Garcia, voicemail, 37 seconds, one time highly suspicious. Direct link between the family and the hitman. And that's all she wrote, y'all. So we are in a potty break. So let's look at our fabulous card. Okay, Miss June, you did a great job. What do I have and what am I missing? I have the objection, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, text messages. I have correct or all accurate, Katherine Magbanua, Luis Rivera, may I publish, phone records, sell bright, overrule or sustain PowerPoint. He talked about the relationships and connections. We have the exhibit E's and recording, and I got a bingo. Yay, me. I got a bingo. I got a bingo. Y'all, my hair is long, but it is getting long. I cannot reach when I put my hands up, straight up. I can't reach my ends. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that simply amazing? It's amazing. I love it. I love my hair's getting that long now. I do. we go. Get it up off my neck. Howdy, Frank Leroy. What are you doing? Yeah, well, thank you for dropping in. What you been up to, boo? You're missing some good stuff. Where have you been? Who you been playing with? Have you watched any good movies lately? Man, you almost burnt your bridge with us. Yepers. Do you know why? Because you suggested a movie and you didn't even watch it with us. Ah, we watched it just for you. And you didn't. And you didn't. Why? I'm kidding, boo. It's all good. It be all good. It was a good movie. Of course, Hunt for Red October was good. We watched the movie Coda the other day. If you've not seen Coda, you need to watch it. There are parts where there is no sound because it is trying to give you the experience of being deaf. So don't hold it. They do have captioning. Bingo, 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 bingo. Did I forget anything in bingos, Miss June? Do I need to add or take anything away? I don't think I need to take anything away, but do I need to add? I want to go South Beach, Florida because he's been around that whole area, but I don't know if it was said. And relocation, those are the two I'm questionable about. No bingo. Well, are you playing bingo? Are you playing with us, boo? Or are you just kind of like watching? Are you mentally playing? Hey, Frankie Leroy. Oh, that's why my chair's not moving well. Sorry about that. Heard a noise. I was like, what the heck was that? It was a monkey. Y'all, I forget I have a monkey here. Oh, it's okay, Frankie. I just love to tease. We're all good. Bingo, Bingo, and Bingo was his name. I don't remember the first part of that song. Something about a dog, I believe. Something about a dog, I believe. I can't remember. I guess I can find it. I guess I can find it. I guess. Wow. Anyway, yes, I know. I need to look up that song. Really do need to look up that Sorry, having to deal with the text, y'all. It is one of those mornings already. I'll be right back. Okay, I am still learning includes the bingo part too. Good morning, everybody. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my Lord, y'all. Life is crazy. I'm going to Google it. They send me the song in Spanish. Why am I getting the song in Spanish? That was so weird, y'all. There was a farmer had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, that's right. Bingo, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer had a dog, and oh my God. And then you would go, Ingo, and then you go, Ngo, and Go, and oh, yeah, I remember it now. Oh my God. We're reverting back to childhood. Seriously, y'all. Seriously, reverting back to our childhood. Go figure. Yes. Oh my gosh. OMG. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's insane. Insane. Wow. Y'all, this is a long break. What's up with this? If we're leaving at 11 o'clock their time, this is a long break. What's going on? I thought it was just a TT break. It's beyond that right now. You tried teaching them to your grandson. Yes, I know. If they are leaving at noon, I mean 12, 11 o'clock their time, done for the day. They don't need this big of a break. Why do we know why court is going to be done? Why is court over at this time? I mean at 11 today? What's the deal with that?
Okay. Yes.
Why is he pausing court today?
You may.
Her hair's pulled back. She put her hair back. I know, right? It just stays. Maybe he has something he has to deal with.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Porter.
Okay, so the night of July 18th, was Katherine Magbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Katherine Magbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes. And again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud. And the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
Okay. And he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD?
Breaking news.
We have some breaking news that we're going to look at for just a momento. That's not what I want. Let me get it lined up. Let me share this page. And here we go.
We are breaking into coverage because we have what we have confirmed is an active shooter situation happening in Minneapolis right now. We want to bring you the very latest, but also caution that at this point, this is developing and the information we have confirmed is limited. What we are told at this point, police have confirmed that police sources, I should say, have confirmed that there is an active shooter at Annunciation Church. That's at 509 West 54th Street in Minneapolis. Annunciation Church is in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis. Now, we don't have confirmed information at this point about casualties, but we do know that there have been reports of multiple victims here. To give you a little perspective on what we're talking about, Annunciation Church, as I said, in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis on 54th Street. This is in Southwest Minneapolis, not too far from 35W. And the Annunciation is not only a church, it is also a Catholic school. Now, we are trying to look and get some information on whether or not there was a mass happening this morning during this active shooting. But what we can tell you right now is that Minneapolis police are on the scene. We know there have been multiple crews called. At this point, scanner traffic would indicate that there are multiple victims. But again, that is unconfirmed with Minneapolis police. Our sources are telling us, though, that they are responding to an active shooting scene at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis on West 54th Street. KARE 11 has crews headed to the scene. We also have chopper going up over the scene, so we should be able to get you a better idea of what is happening there. But one can only imagine what is happening with an active shooter inside a Catholic church. And at the same time, we know that that church is connected to a Catholic school, a K-8 Catholic elementary school. There are some reports that are trying to confirm this, that school is in session, that they began school earlier this week. And we are also trying to learn, again, what may have been happening there. We do have crews headed there, and we are trying to learn more at this point. We want to bring you to a traffic camera. This is in that general area. You can see 35W and Diamond Lake Road there. That's going to be just a few blocks away from where this shooting is occurring at West 54th Street in the Tangletown neighborhood. It's unclear to me, when looking at this camera, if you can see any police cars. I don't believe you can.
Sorry about that.
Here. So whatever scene is happening at Annunciation Church has not extended over to Diamond Lake Road and 35W, which is about, I want to say, a little less than a mile. That picture that you're looking at is about a little less than a mile east of where Annunciation Church is. You can see traffic, though, stopped in that area. Certainly a massive response is happening at Annunciation Church, as Minneapolis police have confirmed that an active shooter is there on site this morning.
I need to turn the volume off for this before I get myself in trouble. They have their commercials. I got to do that. Thank you, June, for bringing this to me.
Police have confirmed that police sources, I should say, have confirmed that there is an active shooter at Annunciation Church. That's at 509 West 54th Street in Minneapolis. Annunciation Church is in the Tangletown neighborhood of Minneapolis. Now, we don't have confirmed information at this point about casualties, but we do know that there have been reports of multiple victims here.
Okay, so we will continue to monitor that situation. We'll continue to monitor it throughout the day. Please be in prayer. We're going to be praying for those children, prayer for the staff, prayer for the all involved. So that is just absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, guys, back to court.
In front of TPD investigators to inform
Hey, Reverend Ramada.
Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting.
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson.
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
Sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, Jack calls for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched through these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations. And we see that there is this
Thank you so
6-minute
much.
phone call. And this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263. And it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence. We have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 10:53 events, looking at their combined records. is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes,
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
it was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening, around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
Angela to Mod Live.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua was calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Katherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, Then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, say, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Katherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is
Okay, guys, we're going to switch for a second. I think it's easier for me to share this with you than it is to type it.
These shoes of how awful this is. All right, we are going to try now and go again to Lou Ragoose, who has been reporting on this all morning. Lou, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Lou, what can you tell us about this situation? What are you learning?
Well, first of all, I'll start with the worst news, which is indeed the fatalities. And as of right now, 2 innocent people have been confirmed to me to have been killed in the shooting. The third death is the shooter. The third fatality is the shooter, who is confirmed to me to be dead. And one of the 2 victims, I'm told, is a child. I'm going to kind of hold back right now on the age type information because although this is coming from high level sources, there's often what I refer to as fog of war reporting, where even the people at the top are getting information so fast that sometimes little mistakes can be made. So I don't want to say an age that ends up being incorrect here, but sadly, I'm being told that one of the fatalities so far is confirmed to be a child. Right now, we're at the scene. It's blocked off in all directions. And right now, Minneapolis police officers are kind of going door to door in the neighborhood. We're off of Garfield and 53rd Street right now. And I'm not going to, say where exactly they're going through houses, but there's just the sense that I get is that it's just to make sure there's no more threat. And so police are kind of going door to door. People are standing outside. It's, just as horrible as you can imagine. People are in shock. It's actually eerily quiet around the neighborhoods with all the people just in disbelief right now.
Okay, guys, that's the update. We're going to go back to court. Oh, I don't want to cry. This is horrible. There's no need for this. Just. Alrighty then, that just came off. There's no need for this, guys.
about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascara's residence.
Okay. Thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Ms. Gower's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that, to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Katherine Magbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
Angela,
I'm
I'm
gonna
so
move on
sorry,
to
Boo.
the bump,
Take all the time you need, honey.
which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Katherine Magbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
209.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later. But what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel is testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
Sidebar. We have a sidebar, y'all.
Sidebar.
Let's look at the bingo card. I've been monitoring the news, so I need y'all to update me. I've been monitoring the news that we've been unfortunately having to take in, that children have a Catholic school was shot up this morning, 20 victims, 3 deceased, 1 child for sure, I guess 1 adult, and then the shooter themselves. So can someone please update me on this? I'm sorry, I'm kind of listening to 2 things at once. Forgive me. Okay, let me know what I've missed. We're going to go back here. We're going to zoom.
Please report back by.
Sorry about that. Okay, let's see what he has to say. It's 11:30 their time, so it looks like we're going to be going over to the Carly B. So let me set up that live. I need to set that live up. I haven't set it yet. My bad. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to go back to the dashboard. I got too many things open on my thing. Those who joined us last night will know that Carly B has been charged in a civil suit for attacking a security guard. Not sure I agree with everything she did, but I also know that at the same time, that security guard was acting extremely unprofessional.
Break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
At 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
Okay, good. Oh, my kitty's here. Hi, Soxy. Okay, I'm good to go. We're going to hop on over to theirs then. We're going to use them at lunch break. I know, Boo, and we're here for you. Thank you so much for your honesty and openness about it. We greatly appreciate it.
During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted. We'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Not from the defense this time, Your Honor.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening.
Confirm what app that was refunded to.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so we're going to leave this running. We're going to hop over to Carly B. We're going to hop over to Carly B. Let me go there. Or actually, you got to, yeah, we're going to hop over to Carly B. Well, no, we can't. Well, can we? No. We can't. So what we'll do is we're going to go over to the day 1. What's today's date? The 27th. We're going to go into the hearing for Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor's hearing. He is trying to get his job back. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's 12:15 my time. So Trooper Proctor is fighting to get his job back. Okay, I thought we were headed into it. Come on, dude. There's a lot of people in there, y'all.
First day of hearing is being held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for tomorrow, August 27th, 2025, and later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I am the hearing officer for today's appeal, filed with the Civil Service Commission on March 27th, 2025, and docketed as case number D1-25-085. The appellant in this matter is Michael D. Proctor, Proctor. At this time, I ask that co-counsel for Mr. Proctor please
Like
stay
her
seated,
voice.
introduce yourselves, and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner, Attorney Daniel Moynihan, Moynihan, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Good morning, Attorney Mark Russell, RUSSELL, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
and my name is Zachary Green, Associate for Attorney Moynihan, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Russell, and Mr. Green. The respondent in this matter is the Massachusetts Department of State Police. At this time, I ask that counsel for the department again, please stay seated, introduce yourselves, and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner McConaughey, Attorney Quinn. My name is Stephen Carley on behalf of the respondent, Department of Massachusetts State Police, spelled Stephen.
I have it as loud as it will go, y'all.
It is my associate, Pamela Rautenberg.
Ma'am?
T-E-N-B-E-R-G.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carley and Ms. Rautenberg. This appeal was filed by the appellant pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of Chapter 22C, which applies to state police disciplinary matters, and Sections 41 through 45 of Chapter 31, known as the Civil Service Law. The appellant is contesting the department's decision to terminate his employment as a state trooper. Under the applicable law, the burden is on the Department of State Police to show by a preponderance of the evidence that the appellant engaged in misconduct that warrants discipline. If the state police meets that burden, then the burden shifts to the appellant to show why termination, as opposed to a lesser penalty, was not the appropriate level of discipline. This hearing is conducted in accordance with the standard adjudicatory rules of practice and procedure, 801 CMR 1.01, formal rules, with provisions of Chapter 31 taking precedence over any conflicting rules. To ensure clarity, this is not a jury trial. This is an administrative hearing being conducted by a hearing officer. As such, it is my responsibility to make rulings on the admissibility of evidence and then determine what weight, if any, that evidence deserves, and to make credibility assessments as necessary regarding the witnesses that appear before me. Pursuant to Section 43 of Chapter 31, the Commission has deemed this a public hearing, while reserving the right to close portions of the hearing if warranted. Members of the public are present in the courtroom today, as well as an adjacent overflow room where the hearing can be viewed live. The media has been permitted to set up a pool camera for audio, video, broadcasting, and recording. Prior to the hearing, the media and public have been provided with a summary of hearing room protocols that must be adhered to at all times. This hearing is also being audio and video recorded by the Commission via the WebEx platform. A court reporter is also present to transcribe the hearings, and that transcription will be the official record of this hearing. At the conclusion of this proceeding later this year, the parties will be given the opportunity to submit post-hearing briefs, at which time the record will close. Any final decision issued by the Commission regarding this appeal will be sent to the parties via email only. The Commission's decision will also be published on the Commission's public website at mass.gov/CSC. All final adjudicatory decisions of the Commission are subject to judicial appeal under Chapter 30A of the General Laws. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. First, in a final ruling sent to the parties yesterday, and after considering the objections of both parties, I have entered into evidence 36 exhibits from the Department of State Police and 58 exhibits from the appellant. As those exhibits have already been entered into evidence, there is no need to request that they be entered prior to referencing them at today's hearing. Second, I accepted the department's participant list, indicating that the department at this time has only one witness, and we will hear from him shortly. The department has committed to completing direct examination of this witness today. It is the Commission's expectation that the appellant will complete cross-examination tomorrow, with the option of recalling this witness in October if necessary. I urge counsel for both parties to use your time wisely and make adjustments accordingly as the day goes on to ensure conformance with these time allocations. Third, I hereby order the sequestration of witnesses. Any individual who is a potential witness in this matter may not attend or view any part of this proceeding until the conclusion of their testimony. Fourth, counsel for both parties have been allotted 15 minutes for opening statements. Since the audio is being captured by the table microphones, I'm asking counsel as well as witnesses to please stay seated while speaking, to speak loudly and clearly and avoid any crosstalk. Please allow questions to be completed before objecting. At this time, I ask that counsel for the Department of State Police proceed with an opening statement to be followed by an opening statement by counsel for the appellant. I would ask Mr. Quinnen to please keep the time.
Commissioner McConnell, may I just make a statement for the record regarding the procedure?
Is this something separate from the motions that I allowed yesterday?
No, yes, it is. Yes.
Can this wait until after openings?
It can. It concerns the sequestration order.
If anyone is going to testify, or you think they will, they shouldn't be in this room.
No, the difficulty is the fact that we're here at the request of the commission to start this process today, despite the fact that we're awaiting discovery from the department, as you know, and we don't know who all our witnesses.
Yes, if I'm speaking, don't speak.
Sorry.
That's quite simple. First of all, for decorum. If you have anyone who is a potential witness, they should not be in this room. That's all I can say.
And because we don't have a discovery, we don't know at this point who all of our witnesses
I can't
are.
advise you how
other
to
than-
conduct your
Then they
case.
all leave.
I can't advise you how to conduct your case. Mr. Carly, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Commissioner McConnell and Attorney Quinnen. Distasteful, unprofessional, inappropriate, in poor taste, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, dehumanizing. This selection of words does not come from a public comment section on a website, an op-ed columnist, or a protester outside the Norfolk County Courthouse. No, indeed, one would be forgiven for not immediately recognizing that these words are Michael Proctor's accounting of his own conduct in this case. Conduct in which Michael Proctor, tasked with the immense responsibility of acting as case officer for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, consumed alcohol and then operated his cruiser while on duty, released confidential information to individuals outside of law enforcement, and called suspect and eventual defendant Karen Reed a babe, a nutbag, retarded, a whack job. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo, a woman who shits herself with no ass. She's fucked. A cunt. As a result, the department brought forward 4 separate specifications within 2 types of charges for internal discipline. And in March, Colonel Noble terminated Michael Proctor's employment. He
Welcome.
supported the just cause for doing so.
Good
And
morning.
today, the department
Afternoon.
presents for your consideration its evidence of the appellant's guilt under the charges and specifications described as follows. Charge 1, Specification 1, unsatisfactory performance, sending derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and inappropriate text messages about a suspect. Charge 1, Specification 2, unsatisfactory performance, provision of sensitive and confidential information about a homicide victim, potential witnesses, and potential investigative steps to non-law enforcement personnel. Charge 1, Specification 3, unsatisfactory performance, through unprofessional and inappropriate conduct, created an image that he was biased and brought himself and Massachusetts State Police into disrepute. And finally, Charge 2, Specification 1, consumption of alcoholic beverages while eating dinner on duty and then operating his department-issued cruiser. The department's defense of the just cause of the adverse employment action against Michael Proctor will be based entirely upon the evidence of his conduct, his violations of those specifications under our Article 5. To prove this case here in this de novo proceeding, the department will call OPIA Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, who was assigned an investigation initiated by DIS Commander Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors. In addition to the testimony of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, the department has submitted and has been entered into evidence for your review and consideration of those 36 exhibits, demonstrating by a preponderance of the evidence that Colonel Noble had just cause to terminate Michael Proctor's employment. You will hear of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's collection and assessment of the records of the appellant's misconduct, first brought to light in excruciating detail during 2 days of his public testimony at the homicide trial in Norfolk Superior Court on June 10th and 12th of 2024. You will have the opportunity to hear the appellant read in his own voice his vile, misogynistic statements against the woman accused of and tried for the death of Officer O'Keefe. You will have the opportunity to hear his revelations to high school friends and members of his family of the identity of the victim, his views on and details of the crime, the manner of the victim's death, the witnesses to be interviewed, and the direction of that investigation, some made under 24 hours of the discovery of Officer O'Keefe's body. You will hear his own characterizations of his conduct that I quoted to you before. And you will hear his admissions under charge 2 that while he was on duty, he consumed 1 to 2 beers with an officer from Canton Police and then drove the 2 of them home. You will be given, in addition to the video recordings of that public testimony, transcripts of the appellant's own words for your review and reference, a summary of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer of his misconduct, of Michael Proctor's misconduct as revealed during the trial, pay station, administrative duty roster, and ADL data collected by Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, corroborating the appellant's account of his alcohol consumption while on duty, the statements and admissions by the appellant at his OPIA interview, and Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's conclusions therefrom, as well as the criminal trial exhibits themselves containing the appellant's messages. You will also have available for your consideration the findings and resulting recommendation of the department's internal trial board, as well as the limited selection of public reaction to the revelations of the appellant's behavior. Relevant portions of an interview he gave to ABC News following his termination, and an order from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for him to turn over as discoverable statements in a criminal prosecution under Rule 14, the content of his communications from his personal cell phone. The department expects that much by way of distraction will also be on offer in the days to come, in the form of dubious and flimsy comparisons, whataboutisms reflecting the choices of others, spurious emotional appeals to the absolutely real difficulties experienced by members assigned to a homicide investigation, and insinuations that written statements by a case officer regarding his own investigation are somehow private or out of bounds. In short, the department expects an appeal not based on the truth, but on evading accountability. The department respectfully asks that this commission, while receiving those distractions or attempts at same, keep in mind the evidence and the facts that are the basis for the department's case. It respectfully asks you to bear in mind that no one committed the acts for which he was terminated other than Michael Proctor alone. No one authorized his communications of sensitive and confidential case information about an active homicide investigation to others outside of law enforcement. No one forced or cajoled or even requested him to engage in such gratuitous behavior. And that Michael Proctor himself has admitted, as evidently he must, that his conduct was unprofessional, inappropriate, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, and dehumanizing. And that he has admitted that he in fact committed the acts exactly as described in the charges brought against him. Accordingly, at the conclusion of this hearing, the department expects to meet its burden, showing just cause, and will therefore ask this commission to uphold the termination of Michael Proctor. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner McCarthy, Mr. Queenan. We're here today to hear evidence presented by the Department of State Police, which it believes amounts to just cause for the termination of Michael Proctor. Due to the fact that we continue to await discovery from the department, you will not hear a presentation of evidence by Michael Proctor today or tomorrow. You won't hear about his presentation of evidence until October. Nevertheless, we will, through cross-examination, get to the truth behind this case. And the truth is that as of February 1st, 2024, Michael Proctor was an exemplary member of the Mass State Police. He had served in that capacity for 12 solid years without any discipline. He had risen to the level of the ranks of detective for the Norfolk County DA's office as a young trooper and served in the role as detective and was a very well-respected member of that unit. As of January 29th of 22, Michael Proctor, a fairly new detective in the DA's office, was asked to become the case officer on the Karen Reed case. You will hear what his duties were as case officer, and you will hear all that he was not responsible for as case officer in this case. Now, as we all know, Karen Reed was arrested. She was indicted by a grand jury, and she was tried twice by the Norfolk County DA's office from 2022 through 2024. In the early part of late 2023 or early 24, the defense in the Karen Reed case convinced the U.S. Attorney's Office to open an investigation into a theory of a grand conspiracy against Ms. Reed on the part of law enforcement and others. You will hear that Michael Proctor was asked to testify in the federal grand jury proceeding as a witness only on February 1st, 2024. And when he appeared, he was shocked to discover that the U.S. Attorney had somehow infiltrated his personal cell phone and surreptitiously obtained personal text messages on his personal cell phone. Now, we all have personal cell phones. We all have expectations of privacy on those personal cell phones. On February 1st of 24, Michael Proctor suddenly found in his mind that his privacy was violated. Since the disclosure of these text messages, the world has changed. Law enforcement officers and people in all walks of life now shudder at the thought that a federal agency could infiltrate their personal phone and look at text messages, personal text messages on a personal phone to family members and friends. Michael Proctor has reacted to this unlike many other people would. Michael Proctor has never denied the authenticity of these text messages. He's never denied that they are inappropriate, unprofessional, derogatory, sexist, misogynistic, despite the fact that he's never, to this day, received the full text threads numbering hundreds of thousands of dollars that the U.S. Attorney's Office obtained. And despite the fact that he still doesn't know why his personal cell phone was infiltrated. Michael has repeatedly apologized for making crude remarks, unprofessional remarks, juvenile remarks. We could come up with many other adjectives that Michael has admitted to. He has never backed away from apologizing for these outright unprofessional and I'll call them stupid text messages on his personal cell phone spoken to his buddies from childhood. Instead of backing away, what did Michael Proctor do? Well, the next day, he self-reported this information to his bosses at the Mass State Police. He reported the full context of these text messages to the Mass State Police, despite the fact that there's no existing Mass State policy concerning a trooper's personal text messages or personal private conversations on a personal cell phone. He reported it immediately. From that point, you'll hear evidence of what happened next and what didn't happen next in the ensuing 5 months and up till March of 25 when Michael was terminated by the department. You will hear of a meeting which was initiated by Michael and his then counsel on February 8th of 24, wherein the content of these text messages was disclosed to the legal staff of the Mass State Police, as well as high-ranking members of the Mass State Police. You will hear that the Mass State Police assured Michael Proctor that not much would come of this, and that he may receive a letter of counseling as a result, or a written reprimand, and that the colonel and the command staff expressed appreciation for him immediately reporting these text messages to them. You'll hear of a separate investigation done by the department in April of 24, wherein the nature of Michael's relationships, alleged relationships with witnesses was investigated, and the issue of bias was investigated, and their findings were negative. You will hear that Michael Proctor remained on full duty from February 2nd, when he first disclosed, until July 1st, which is coincidentally the date of the Karen Reed mistrial. You'll hear that after that mistrial, that unfortunate date for Mike Proctor, July 1st of 24, the witch hunt for Michael Proctor began. He was relieved of duty within hours after that mistrial. You'll hear a press release from the colonel at the time who stated, quote, "Upon learning today's result, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty." You'll hear of intense political scrutiny, intense media pressure to fire Michael Proctor. You'll hear that this termination was not based on actual facts and evidence. Instead, it was a decision made to appease politicians and to appease some vocal members of the public and the media. You'll hear of the so-called internal trial board process of the Mass State Police and how flawed that process is and how unfair it is and lacking in due process. You'll hear that despite the flawed process of that internal trial board, this decision to fire Mike Proctor was made on July 1st of 24, within hours after that mistrial. Most important, you'll hear evidence from the trial board in this hearing that Michael Proctor's personal feelings did not influence the evidence in the Reed case. Michael Proctor did not act with the intent to affect the outcome of this investigation. You'll hear that there's no evidence to show that the integrity of the investigation in the Reed case was compromised. In other words, the personal cell phone text did not affect his performance of his police duties. and that the Mass State Police investigation into Michael was solely about personal cell phone messages and not about his job performance in the investigation. And that the charge of unsatisfactory performance of his duties is a misplaced charge. It's a charge that was designed as a Class A offense simply to appease the masses and fire Mike Proctor. In summary, Mike Proctor was a very good trooper, an exemplary trooper, a detective who has been made to be a scapegoat as a result of the Mass State Police caving in to public pressure. Michael Proctor did not commit a crime. Michael Proctor did not violate any specific policy prohibiting personal conduct on a personal phone, because there is no specific policy. Those are two very important facts to remember in this case. Does his unprofessional conduct on his personal phone possibly warrant some discipline? Probably. Unbecoming conduct, possibly. In October, we will demonstrate, when we have our discovery, that the termination of Mike Proctor, the firing of Michael Proctor after 12 exemplary years, does not comport with previous standards of discipline for the Mass State Police, and that is disproportionate with discipline meted out by the state police over the years. Michael Proctor should not be subject to the whims of politics or the whims of the media. He should obtain a fair hearing on the merits, and we expect to obtain that fair hearing through this process. No one should be unjustifiably pushed aside from his job simply because an organization wants to satisfy an agenda. And that's what happened here, folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brannon. I wanted to issue a supplementary ruling on your earlier request about the sequestration order. I understand it's a long time from now to October 21st. I would be asking.
That is something that I really struggle with. He should have been fired.
It's freezing on me. I reserve the right to take that into account in my fact finding.
Thank you. I apologize.
Yeah, in my humble opinion.
Who anticipates being called as a witness should not be watching today's proceedings.
Sorry about the volume. I can't change it. I'm already up to 100%. They're off of the microphone. I'm becoming a police officer all the way around the court on that one. I do believe he should have been justifiably fired. And the fact that he's fighting this hard for his job back, especially now, if she was found guilty of all charges and all of that, I could see where he might want to. Oh, sorry, I'm on hold with the bank. There's a charge that went through that's not mine on my account. So anyway, yeah, no bueno.
Yes.
My only concern, Commissioner McCartney, is that many of the witnesses on our pre-hearing list are not under our control. They're state police employees, number one. So we don't have the authority to tell them not to watch this proceeding. Number two, after we obtain discovery in mid-September, we may have additional witnesses who we just don't know about yet.
All right. As I just stated, I will ask each person before they testify.
Thank you.
And again, I'll take that into account.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this time, Mr. Carlin, will you call your first witness?
Thank you, Commissioner. The respondent calls Kevin Dwyer.
I thought they were going to say Karen Reed.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give to the Civil Service Commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. I would just like to impart some information to you. First of all, that your testimony is being recorded, and both parties will receive a copy of the recorded testimony. Your testimony will include the decision issued by the Civil Service Commission in this matter, which will be posted on the Commission's website. I may make credibility assessments for your testimony, which may also be included in the Commission decision. Please listen to the questions carefully and answer only the questions that are asked of you. If you cannot hear the question, you may ask for it repeated. If you don't know the answer to a question, you should state that. It is important not to guess or speculate. Speak slowly, clearly, and loud enough so that your testimony can be captured from the recording. Please avoid any crosstalk by waiting for the question to be asked before you answer. And if there are any objections, please wait for my ruling before answering the question. And again, if you turn your body away, you'll miss the recording, so please face forward and speak in the microphone at all times. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin?
Thank you again, Commissioner. Good morning, sir. Good morning. In a loud, clear voice, could you please state your full name and spell your last?
Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, D-W-Y-E-R.
You're employed by the department?
I am.
How long have you worked with the state police, sir?
Over 20 years.
And what is your, well, you mentioned your rank. What is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability.
And could you please briefly describe to the commission your duties and responsibilities in your current assignment?
My current responsibilities are as an internal affairs investigator.
And do you have training and experience specifically with respect to OPIA investigations?
I do.
Can you summarize any training or experience you have in that regard?
Yes, I've attended multiple trainings on internal affairs investigations, plus my experience in the unit for almost 5 years.
I'd like to draw your attention, sir, to the time frame of March of 2024. Did you have occasion to receive an order to open an investigation into alleged misconduct by Michael Crocker?
I did.
What specifically was your role in that investigation, sir?
As the primary investigator.
All right. And how did you specifically come to be assigned to that particular investigation?
I was summoned to a meeting where I was told the allegations.
And coming out of that meeting, was the investigation into, or the investigation that you ultimately conducted, was it assigned a number to by the Office of Professional Integrity?
Yes, it was.
What was the number, sir?
It was IAS 2024-0014.
And how was it formally initiated? How was the investigation formally brought into existence?
There was a request for investigation that was authored by Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
All right, sir. And if you could turn in your binder, please, to respond to this Exhibit 1. Have a look at Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 as before you, sir? Is that the personnel investigation or the order to initiate the personnel investigation from Lieutenant Colonel Connors that you just referenced?
It is.
All right. And did you ultimately have occasion to organize, author, and submit a report and several exhibits?
Okay, guys, I've been kind of bouncing back and forth. I apologize. We're going to go quickly over to the news conference on this shooting that had happened.
That Chief Brian O'Hara is on the scene right now. So we're going to expect to hear from him and other officials to you as soon it becomes available. You're having
to Richfield Police
lift up the.
There is. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen. And it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left behind?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history. And we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
Chief, do we know if he was a former student? Do you have about
How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school? There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Do we know if the shooter, other than the weapons,
was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapon? Either like a note?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched. And we will be conducting other searches related to this.
And what was that vehicle and where was it parked?
Inside the parking lot here.
There
Yep.
was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside.
On the outside, yes.
Is there a reason why officers are going?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us here on this side. Yep.
Is there a reason why agents are also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that that I can release.
From a gunshot wound, the suspect?
The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building. So, yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city. The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area. So obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle? Or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any background prior?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot
No more
work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you. How can the public help?
Okay, we are just listening to a news conference from Mayor Jacob Fry, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, and oh my goodness, the information shared was, I think, worse than what we even anticipated here. The headline, Chief O'Hara confirming that there were 17 people injured, 14 of them children, 2 of them in critical condition, and sadly, 2 children were killed in this shooting.
An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old killed while they were sitting in the pews. They were there for a mass. This mass was marking the first week of school. All these kids gathered around, worshiping, and then this gunman approaches from the side of the building, apparently barricades a couple of the doors outside of the building, and then starts shooting this rifle through the windows.
Yeah, shooting through the windows, dozens of shots fired. They don't know exactly how many yet. We're told that the suspect was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. He was wearing all black. And then that suspect took his own life in the rear of the church. He died of what police believe was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Brian O'Hara, the police chief, says the calls came in just before 8:30 a.m. about a shooting at a mass. When MPD first responders came in, they came and tried to assist children, some of whom were hiding in the building.
Okay, guys, we're going to move to the hearing with Proctor. I will keep this going if there's any changes in numbers and people. I'm going to eat a little salad while we're watching. I am here.
This investigation?
I did.
And as part of those exhibits, did you include a copy of Lieutenant Colonel Connor's request for investigation dated March 4th as your Exhibit 1 to your report?
I did.
Now, following up on Exhibit 1, in the body of the document, Lieutenant Colonel Connors references a criminal investigation. Is that correct, sir?
He did.
Would that be the criminal homicide prosecution of Karen Reed into the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was.
Fair to say that Officer O'Keefe's body was located on January 29th, 2022 at a residence in Canton?
Yes.
And as specified by the general laws, the Norfolk County District Attorney's offices, specifically the department members who are assigned there, they're assigned to lead that investigation?
Yes, they are.
And the case officer for that particular investigation is Michael Proctor. Is that not so?
Yes, sir.
Now, at a certain point during that investigation and prosecution, did some information come to light about a related federal proceeding?
Yes, it did.
How did you describe that in your report, sir?
The department was notified by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that they were advised by the U.S. Attorney's Office that there was a federal invest that involved Proctor.
Okay. And how did the notification that came to the department that you just described, the notification from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, how did that notification take place?
It was a verbal notification.
And at the time the verbal notification was made, was there any documentation provided by either Norfolk County or by the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding that investigation?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did Norfolk County provide any other details about that federal investigation at that time, sir?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. At some point, was it disclosed that Michael Proctor had his personal cell phone examined and that there were text messages of a derogatory and defamatory nature about Ms. Reed on that cell phone?
Yes.
What, if any, effort did the department make around that time to learn more about those text messages?
To my understanding, there were multiple conversations amongst the department and the federal authorities to get more information. I don't believe they were very successful.
All right. And that was a decision made, as far as you're aware, by the federal authorities?
Correct.
Did the federal authorities place any conditions on the department with regard to this investigation?
Yes.
What conditions, sir?
Anyone that was advised of the existence of the text messages had to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
As far as you're aware, were there any exceptions to that requirement to sign the non-disclosure agreement set by the federal authorities?
No.
What, if any, official actions did the department take with respect to Michael Proctor as a result of verbal notification from Norfolk County?
Personal invest was started.
In effect, the oral or verbal disclosure from Norfolk County is what triggered the request for investigation.
It is.
Is that accurate? Yes. As part of the standard practice and required by department procedure and the collective bargaining agreement, was a subject notification letter issued to Michael Proctor?
Yes, it was.
Who first issued that and when, sir?
Detective Lieutenant John Goslin on March 4th. It was Detective Lieutenant John Goslin, and that was sent on March 4th, 2024.
Was Lieutenant Colonel Connor's request for investigation attached to that subject notification letter?
It was.
And initially, among other copy recipients, was that notification also sent to Trooper David Stewart as the stand representative?
Yes.
And did you ultimately attach a copy of that notification dated March 4th to your report in this case?
I did.
And did you attach it as Exhibit 2 to your report?
Yes.
Could you turn to Exhibit 2 for the respondents' exhibits in this proceeding? Sir, do you have Exhibit 2 in front of you?
I do.
Is this the Exhibit 2, the same Exhibit 2 that you attached to your report?
Yes.
The subject notification letter and the request for investigation or request to initiate an investigation that you made your Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And Detective Lieutenant, was there a typographical or stenographic error in that exhibit when it was first issued?
Yes, there was.
What was the error, sir?
It incorrectly named who wrote the request for invest.
And did the department issue an amended notification letter?
Yes.
What was the date of the amended notification?
March 19th, 2024.
And did you ultimately attach that as Exhibit 3 to your report?
I did.
Did you turn to Exhibit 3 for today's proceeding? Do you recognize Exhibit 3, sir?
Yes.
And is that the same Exhibit 3 that you attached to your report in this case?
It is.
All right, sir. This amended notification, it correctly identified the author of the request for the investigation as Lieutenant Colonel Connors?
Yes, sir.
And was it provided to, this particular one, provided to, among others, Mike Proctor's spam representative, Sergeant Christopher Johnson?
Yes.
Now, sir, in addition to the information provided from Norfolk County about these alleged improper text messages from Michael Proctor, were there also additional concerns raised with respect to him and witnesses in the O'Keefe investigation?
Yes, there was.
Could you just generally, the Commission's benefit, what were the concerns that you were made aware
There was concern that Trooper Proctor had a relationship with some of the potential witnesses in the investigation.
All right, sir. Did those concerns constitute any portion of your investigation into Michael Proctor's misconduct, being specifically OPIA case 2024-001?
It did not.
Okay. What, if anything, to your knowledge, did the department do regarding those concerns?
There was a separate inquiry done to determine the nature of Trooper Proctor's possible relationships.
And was that documented separately by separate investigators within the department?
Yes.
And was that given internal personnel investigation number 2024-DIS-4?
Yes, it was.
All right, sir. In your ultimate report in this case, IAS 2024-0014, did you ultimately note in general what you learned about that separate investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Can you summarize what you conveyed in your report from the commission, sir?
So it was learned while Trooper Proctor may have known some of the witnesses, the relationships were not substantial, and they were consistent with how he had represented them.
All right, sir. Given what you understood about that investigation, and given the consistency that you mentioned with regard to his statements about those relationships and them being not substantial in nature, did any suggestion of misconduct on that matter have any impact on your findings, investigation, or recommendations in IAS 2024-0014?
No.
Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'd now like to ask you about your review of evidence regarding Michael Proctor and the text messages in particular. To begin, when did you first learn of or have made available to you the substance of the messages that were the focus of your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified in the criminal trial.
All right, sir. And on what day or days did he testify in the trial that you just mentioned?
June 10th and June 12th, 2024.
Up to that point, the department did not have any documentation nor admissions from Michael Proctor regarding the content of the disclosure of his, the content of his personal cell phone.
Correct.
And how did you personally observe the open proceedings in the Reed prosecution?
I watched a live stream of the trial.
And did that trial begin on or about April 29th of 2024 in Norfolk Superior Court?
Yes.
All right. And the live stream that you viewed, what live stream did you use, sir?
It was the Court TV live stream.
Was there any testimony, you mentioned June 10th and June 12th of 2024, was there any testimony on June 11th?
No, there was not.
All right. And as part of your investigation, were you able to obtain copies of the video broadcast from both June 10th and June 12th for inclusion in your ultimate report?
I did.
And were those copies of the video recordings ultimately made exhibits 4 and 6 respectively to your report?
Yes.
All right. I'll note for the record that exhibits 4 and 6 to the witness's report are reproduced as exhibits 4 and 6 in the respondent's exhibits here today. In addition to the previous exhibits that I just mentioned, of the video broadcast footage, did you also have occasion to obtain any transcripts of those same 2 days of trial testimony?
Yes.
And specifically the testimony of Michael Proctor, the transcripts focusing on his testimony?
I did.
Okay. And did those ultimately become exhibits 5 and 7 respectively to your report?
They did.
I'll note for the record that those exhibits are attached as 5 and 7 to the exhibits here today. Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, did you also personally take notes during your viewing of trial footage in conjunction with the transcripts of the video? Did you also take notes on the content of Mike Proctor's testimony?
I did.
All right, sir. And did you include the substance of those notes as part of your report in this case?
I did.
And did you ultimately attach those notes to your report as Exhibit 8?
Yes, I did.
All right, so could you carefully, and it's a number of pages, but could you go to Exhibit 8, please, sir? You have Exhibit 8 in front of you, sir?
I do.
All right, sir. The Exhibit 8 that's in front of you, these are your notes from reviewing Michael Proctor's live testimony in the first Karen Reed trial?
They are.
And they are the same as the Exhibit 8 that's in front of you as part of the respondent's set of exhibits?
Yes.
All right, sir. Now, I'm jumping around a little bit, but please bear with me. I'd like to ask you about Exhibit 18 to today's proceedings. All right, sir. You've had a chance to take a look at what's before you in in the printout copy of Exhibit 18 from today.
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the ultimate report that you authored and submitted in this case as the conclusions of your investigations, the findings and conclusions of your investigations in IAS 2024-0014?
It is.
All right. All right. I'd like to ask you now a series of questions about the categories of allegations. Do you have a portion of your report that sets out the allegations into separate categories or organized by letter?
I do.
Okay. And would that be categories A through K, allegations A through K?
Yes, they would.
Please turn to date stamp respondent 504. That'd be the 14th page of Exhibit 18. You have 504?
I do. Yes.
Before I ask you about this in detail, sir, is it fair to say that on the beginning of this page, that is respondents 504, and continuing on to the last, the 15th page of your report, respondents 505, you specify here, excuse me, a series of categories of different but related allegations, the A through K that I mentioned.
Correct.
And in fact, those 11 set of allegations, did you personally review and assess each allegation of misconduct and issue a separate recommendation as to each?
I did.
And the separate recommendations that you ultimately issued were either sustained, not sustained, or exonerated based on the evidence that you found it?
Correct.
The allegation you assigned to letter A, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation A based on your investigation?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter B, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential witnesses in a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
I did, yes.
And what was your ultimate recommendation as to allegation B, sir?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter C, did that concern the claim between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential investigative steps and police actions related to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
It did.
What was your allegation? Excuse me. What was your recommendation as to allegation C, sir?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter D, did that concern the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and/or disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation D?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter E, sir, did that concern the claim that on February 1st, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior to accept a reward, gift, or gratuity on account of his official services?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation E?
Not sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter F, sir, did that concern the claim that on dates between June 9th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages about a suspect in a homicide investigation to other law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation F?
Sustained.
As to allegation assigned letter G, sir, did that concern the claim that on August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor looked for nude photographs of a suspect in the homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation G?
Not sustained.
Just a few more, sir. Allegation you assigned letter H. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol while on duty?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation H?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter I. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol and then operated his department issued cruiser?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation I?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter J, sir. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor received overtime pay while not engaging in official duties?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation J?
Exonerated.
Finally, sir, the allegation assigned by you, letter K, did that concern the claim that on dates between January 29th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into disrepute?
Amen.
And what was your recommendation as to allegation K?
Sustained.
I'm with you, Tinkitude. As with you, boo.
For the benefit of the commission and the commission may just note for the record that I'll be shortly, in a few moments, referring to clip number 1 from our exhibit number 4. So if I could just notify the commission of that. Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'm now going to ask you a series of questions about each of the allegations that you assigned those different letters. Is it fair to say that as allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications to others took place on several different text message chains that you previously mentioned, one with a group of friends and another with his sister?
Yes.
All right. And it's also fair to say that from your review of the evidence and the messages from Michael Proctor under categories A, B, and C, his testimony about that began, my apologies, I'll restart that question. Is it fair to say from your review of the evidence that the messages pertaining to allegation categories A, B, and C, those messages began by Michael Proctor on the day that Officer O'Keefe's body was discovered, January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that his testimony at the Karen Reed trial as to categories A, B, and C, chronologically speaking, his testimony began on June 10th, 2024, under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the video. Madam Commissioner, may we have clip number 1, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, I'll advise everyone, please do not speak while the video is being shared.
Madam Commissioner, could you pause, please? Just for the record, I wanted to note, for the record, this clip begins as part of Respondents Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th, 2024, at approximately 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds into that video.
Can you please repeat the time?
Yes, my apologies, Madam Commissioner. 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds approximately is the beginning of this particular clip. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, before I ask the clip to be played, is it fair to say that this is the start of his testimony regarding the text message chain with friends in which he reveals the identity and other details of the reported homicide victim, Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, I believe so.
With the commission's permission, I'd ask now to please play this beginning, again, at the timestamp I previously referenced. For counsel's reference, the corresponding transcript pages begin Exhibit 5, Respondents, page 95.
So I'll just play this clip from the beginning.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Correct time.
Thank you.
Where I'm from, you may, Doctor, you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, you're aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone.
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
The several numbers that aren't identified, the 3 that are under kind of nicknames everybody's have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference,
Thank you, ma'am.
Ain't that the truth?
And from my friend from
Message sent from this particular text chain.
Mr. Collins, I'm so sorry for that interruption. And also, do you want me to begin again in the beginning, or are you comfortable?
I'm comfortable proceeding if the commission's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page, direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page of this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. Sorry, may I go?
Yes.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time, and the last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as the number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
The fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication. What date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in, please?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir,
Yeah.
from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.
Yes.
And that's from 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, oh, I apologize.
Sorry, it takes a while to break it down.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I understood completely. For the record, that was played, that portion of Exhibit 4, video from June 10th, 2024, was played until approximately 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds. Madam Commissioner, may I have Exhibit, clip 2, please, from Exhibit 4. And for the record, or for council's benefit, this begins a transcript for Exhibit 5, based on respondents 1 and 3.
Again, counsel, while I'm playing this, if you're speaking, it's going to get picked up on the recording. If you're speaking to the recording. So you put it on, it'll be recorded.
top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He,
Okay, top of the page.
again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was beaten up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained is declined.
What, if any, response did you provide?
No.
Objection to the former question and answer. I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what it means.
From the start of the first test, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Yeah, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Thank you. For the record, the video clip 2 that was just played was from Exhibit 4, beginning at approximately 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds, until approximately 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, fair to say that concluded Michael Proctor's testimony as to allegations A, B, and C with regard to June 10th, his testimony on June 10th, and he did not testify on those subjects again until June 12th.
Correct.
May I please have clip 3, Madam Commissioner?
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Duck, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, clip 3 begins from our exhibit 6, the video from June 12th of 2024, at about 0 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds. And for the record, that was paused at approximately 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this particular clip. Madam Clerk, or excuse me, I apologize, Madam Commissioner, I apologize. Could you please, and my timestamps are based on the full exhibit, so I'll have to approximate. Would it be possible to add from 2 minutes and 33 seconds, would it be possible to add just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 53 seconds, so if we could go forward to 12 minutes and 26 seconds, if I'm doing my math right?
I know I've been quiet because I've been really listening to this, but there's just so much evidence against him. I understand it's his right. He has the right under the law to appeal this decision. But at the same time, when do you stop beating the dead horse? I mean, I'm trying so hard not to be a hater of Proctor, but he doesn't make it easy because I thoroughly despise this guy. And unfortunately, his wife supports him. I mean, fortunate for him, but I think in the end, it's going to hurt her a lot.
Correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's the another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffledams mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
What are y'all's thoughts? What are your opinions?
As I mentioned before, it began at approximately 0 hours, 38 minutes, 20 seconds. It was played for approximately 2.5 minutes, then skipped ahead just under 10 minutes and played to the end of that particular clip, which would have been at about 0 hours, 55 minutes, and 12 seconds from our exhibit 6. Right, sir. You just saw the 3 clips that were played, is that correct?
Yes.
The first 2 being Mike Proctor's sworn testimony under direct examination from Prosecutor Adam Lally, and the third under cross-examination by Defense Attorney Alan Jackson.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Mike Proctor's communications with other individuals on those text message chains continued with a series of messages he exchanged with his sister? Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Let me just have one moment. Yes, if we could have clip 4, please, Madam Commissioner.
I'm sure you have documents that you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I asked you about the prior packet, as far as the first message sent, date, and time, last message sent, date, and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
At 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th, 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
The text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of my mother had a stomach bug.
Sir, if I can direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "We just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually, just interviewed Jim McCabe. Said she knows you."
And it knows you. Who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" Question mark. I said, "Yep, gonna be out for a while." Homicide.
As far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time, on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regards to, or why were you communicating that?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Turn your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who's talking, what content is.
My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "At the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
Thank you. For the record, that was clip 4, extracted from Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th of 2024, beginning at 6 hours, 5 minutes and 48 seconds approximately, and played till approximately 6 hours, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, did Michael Proctor's testimony about messages he sent with his sister relevant to allegations A, B, and C, did that testimony continue under cross-examination on June 12th of 2024?
It did.
May I have clip 5, please, Madam Commissioner? And for the commission and council.
We've established that you're very close with your sister Courtney, correct?
Apologies. Just for reference, I'll be asking the commission to pause the video. There's a break in testimony so that we can skip ahead. I'll be asking for this particular clip, the commission to pause the video at 3 minutes and 57 seconds, and then skipping ahead approximately 2.5 minutes.
I know I'm looking down a lot. My captioning will not unfreeze up here, so I'm watching it here. Don't panic. I'm following, just watching captioning. It helps. Watching my own live is what I'm doing, y'all. Isn't that insane?
We've established that you're very close with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case, did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Don't know the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, that
Correct.
it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. I have my page number correct. You're in the right page. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide, is that right?
Yes.
You were
Better.
explaining to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned.
Rolling over my
Correct.
britches.
You wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote, don't say a word to anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not, is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
At the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it
Oh.
involved
Better.
the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
Brooklyn, it is very low. There's nothing we can do about the sound. And I think you're right. The sound from the court and hearings back in the 90s and 80s far better than what we're getting today. So I have it ganged up all the way. Here's the normal volume.
This kind of case,
That's normal. That's 100% gained. I apologize, Brooklyn.
she then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Judge.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Judge.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just that part.
Interview, why you going to interview him?
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you?
Yes, please.
We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny. Well,
Too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview.
Judge.
Oh, that is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister Courtney Bob, correct?
Correct.
And
Thank you. For the record, that was, again, Respondents Exhibit 6, a video from June 12th of 2024. Playback began at approximately 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds. It was played till approximately 1 hour, 54 minutes and 40 seconds. And then it was skipped ahead to approximately 1 hour, 57 minutes, 9 seconds, and played to the end of that particular clip, 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 51 seconds. All right, Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I want to move on to the allegation that you assigned letter D for the commission's benefit. Again, that was the allegation you categorized as D, was that Trooper Proctor allegedly sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation. Is that true?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation category D, sir, Michael Proctor's communications were also on multiple text message chains, one with the same large group of friends, another with his sister, and a third with his spouse?
Yes.
Was Trooper Michael Proctor's testimony on this subject, chronologically speaking, again, first addressed at that trial under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
And then also fair to say, this next clip will pick back up at a point we paused earlier, where Trooper Proctor was describing the text message chain with multiple friends, some in state, some out of state, and conversation turns to Ms. Reed and her appearance.
Correct.
Madam Commissioner, may I have clip 6, please? Just so that is. For counsel's reference.
Second response, same number, Shihadli.
Apologies. For counsel's reference, this is the transcript exhibit 5, respondents exhibit 5, page stamp, beginning on approximately page 108. Thank you.
Second response, same number, Shihadli.
And turn your attention to the next page, 2538. At the top, if you could just read a series of responses for yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those, sir.
Yeah, so he's came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job, CUNT.
So don't spell it, you have to, so these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though, no ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text them?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
At some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. There's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? On the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Ms. Reed being escorted out of the state police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. The number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky poo knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding?
These juvenile unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. For the record, the last clip 6, just played, was from Respondents Exhibit 4, video from June 10th, 2024, beginning at approximately 6 hours, 0 minutes, and 15 seconds. And played until
I
approximately.
think it was like 12 people, if my memory serves correct. I think it was about like 12 people. Yeah, I know I've been quiet today. I'm just trying to listen to this and wrap my head around it.
6 hours, 4 minutes, and 22 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, is it fair to say that that concluded Michael Proctor's testimony as to allegation D, the meeting Ms. Reed to his friends for June 10th, and he did not testify on that subject again until June 12th?
Correct.
Just before I ask for clip 7, I'm just going to note the next clip, clip 7, will come from June 12th. And for council and the commission's benefit, the transcript, Exhibit 7, Respondents 199, beginning approximately line 11. If I could have clip 7, I would extend it for the commission. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from 2 people named McCabe and 1 named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigated that interviewed Ms. Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Ms. Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You're talking about her, the way she talks.
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body or physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Correct.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Ms. Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
And then Bird decides to chime in, good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
Don't get me started on this man.
To Bird saying, good, no ass bitch.
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, currently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. You there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke, correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaked poo, correct?
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaked poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again.
Just because Auntie Bev struck something in that courtroom doesn't mean that this hearing has to strike it. They just heard it. So, ouch.
Another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Thank you. For the record, what was just played, clip 7, came from Respondents Exhibit 6, beginning at 1 hour, 1 minute, and 29 seconds approximately, and was played until approximately 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 38 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, further as to allegation D of demeaning messages sent about suspect sent to non-law enforcement. Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's communications also included messages he exchanged with his sister?
Yes.
Specifically, on February 4th of 2022, did Michael Proctor send a message reading, quote, hopefully she kills herself?
He did.
And according to his testimony, Michael Proctor's testimony, to whom was he referring in that message, hopefully she kills herself?
Karen Reed.
And further as to allegation D of demeaning messages about a suspect sent to non-law enforcement, is it also fair to say Michael Proctor's communications also included messages he exchanged with his wife?
Yes.
Specifically on June 9th of 2022, did Michael Proctor send a text message reading, quote, we're going to lock this whack job up?
He did.
And according to Michael Proctor's testimony, to whom was he referring in that message?
Karen Reed.
All right, Detective Lieutenant, I want to return to the subject of your allegation E at a later point in your testimony. Right now, I want to ask you a series of questions and play a couple of clips with regard to the next allegation that was sustained according to your investigation, allegation F, namely that Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages to other law enforcement personnel about a suspect in the homicide investigation. Specifically, I'll be asking for the next clip, which is in sequence clip 8. Before I do, however, I'd just like to direct counsel and the commission's attention. The page reference for transcript is Exhibit 5, date stamped, respondents 125. That I have at the commission's convenience, clip 8, and this one unfortunately does have a jump in the middle of it. There's a skip of about 7 minutes and 15 seconds in the middle of the tape. So, or the middle of this particular clip, just for efficiency and administrative economy here. Like it should run for how long? If you could please have it run at the beginning for the first 2 minutes and 1 second, and then skip ahead 17 minutes and 15 seconds to 9:16. Play to the end. 19:16 or 9:16. Okay.
May I approach him?
Yes.
You were correct, my dear.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Text messages between.
Being offered as an adoptive admission.
We're back.
That is permissible under the rules of evidence. I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zelman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adoptive.
Wow, it's echoey.
And I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adoptive admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring in the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise It stated in some way that the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
He's not putting up with nothing today. Wow. Okay, Your Honor. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's go to court, y'all. Yeah, it's on his feed, not my feed. Oh, this pillow is so much more comfortable. Maybe I can keep this chair now. This pillow is perfect. And it's pretty. Y'all, Saturday, we're supposed to get really cold, 15 degrees warmer. We're cooler. We're supposed to get our first cool front this Saturday. So fall is coming. Fall is near. Fall. Yeah, I'm glad the judge does take good control, and I can appreciate that so very, very, very much. I like how they have that strap holding that computer table so she can stand and type standing. Interesting hairstyle.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Just a moment, Your Honor.
He really confers a lot.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Thank you
Now,
so
the
much
call detail
for your
records that you
support.
Testified about extensively over the last couple of days. They do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a handset communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area. And if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site. And so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
So in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is again Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? That might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one, there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Katherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
But we do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Katherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135.
Yeah, I'm not fond of his lawyering style. He's boring me to death, and I know this is boring. I get it, but dang.
Does the
Has to be done, but dang.
communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
Yep.
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second.
Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom.
I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communication
That's a little smirk.
you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these, of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects. during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. And you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds or thousands? Whoa! A lot of emails go through.
Specific
Geez.
as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
Oh,
In
100,000.
excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done. Yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool. But we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're kind of, we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you.
This expert, to me, out of all of the cell phone experts, I'm going to pause this for a minute. Out of all the trials I've done in the last year and month or so, about 14 months, going on 14 months, this has to be one of the most precise, clear, organized, easily understood cell phone data analysis I've ever heard. Even his flow charts are flawless. They're flawless. I can actually understand him. I can follow along. Is it a little bit boring? Yeah. Can't change that. But at the same time, though, I'm not lost. I'm understanding the process. Oh, hi, Kitty. Kitty's under my stool. I'm understanding the process. I'm comprehending as a dyslexic person. That's a huge thing. And I'm not getting off on rabbit trails. I'm actually following. Oh,
Information, you would be able to present this.
Both at 8:09.
Seconds reveal that That was
a phone.
Sorry, wrong
Generally,
direction.
yes.
Trying to get back to that chart.
As discussed or as presented.
There we go.
196. Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some are provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
for this day.
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
Okay, is my sound jumping? And June, what's jumping? What is too loud? I've turned myself way down. I mean, I can't even gain myself 100%. I should be normal at this point. Let me know what's too loud.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use
my bad. Sorry.
records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
You're right, June. You're right. Oh, it's a leaf with some...
Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both? And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls. And as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi, Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe if you go to slide 272. May have gotten a slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59 for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so probably important to point out, some of these are chats. So they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove.
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it's been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, The drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory. To establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No, tell us what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year. And after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years. But that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMB to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the turnpike? How many lanes were on the turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the turnpike. Talk about the turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And There's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
He's got a little shake.
Now, have you ever been on the highway and got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
Does that matter to him?
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far
Okay, he can give an accurate estimate if Tower A is here and Tower B is here, and at 5:05 Tower A logged him in, and at 5:22 Tower B logged him in. That's distance, right? And then miles per hour between. He can figure that out. Yes, but why is it? I'm wondering, why is it so damn important?
as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
Well, I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in a stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done? Let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time
No.
as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of, and did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question as to who raised it. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in consistent with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
Yeah.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this Very well. Please call your next witness.
That's the next witness based on his former employment as a witness that we've asked camera not display his face. So I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Okay, y'all. So I'm going to rewind that for just a split second. I want to hear something again. Give me a split second.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Finally. Oh, that's what he said. Finally.
Very well. Please call your next witness.
Let's give the sergeant, I'm surprised the judge didn't say, give him a round of applause. Let's give him.
I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well.
He has
The
to be.
witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
Gotcha. That's what I wanted to double check. Okay. So we're on a quick break. So with this guy, he has to be one of the best. I don't know. I'm not talking about the lawyers. I'm talking about the witness. I think this guy is one of the best phone data witnesses I think I've ever saw or heard, like ever. I bet the witness has a bum sore right about now. I mean, that was a marathon. Yep. He was doing it yesterday too. He was on the bench for a while yesterday. So I'm excited that he's off. But you know, he really did an amazing job. The cross-examination, I mean, that was the crappers. I didn't really feel like he made any points. Oh, Murdaugh. Oh, and the Karen Reed. Oh, but definitely the Murdaugh. You are so right, Miss June. The Murdaugh trial, he so could have been used on that trial. The Murdaugh trial, that was a no bueno. I mean, it was horrible. So, yeah, I'm excited that I'm not excited. I'm happy that we were able to have him. And I mean, it was a long time, but he held my attention. I was able to follow. His graphics were good. His explanation was phenomenal. So yeah. Finally. Let's look at that bingo card, shall we? Okay, anybody else have something different? Let me know. That would be fabulous if you did. Let me know. Joe Blow. Joe Schmo. I'm missing Mr. Joe Schmo. Mr. Joe Schmo's not here. I saw Zach earlier somewhere else. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. I have missed Lucas. If anybody can wants to invite Lucas back in. I don't know where he's been. But yeah, we've been missing a few of y'all. I want to give a shout out to our fabulous mods. Our fabulous mods. We've got new mods. We've got, if you haven't seen the new wrenches, Miss June has been our longest running mod. Then we have Miss K Swan. Then we got Miss Tinkitude. Then we have Miss Angela. I'm missing someone, aren't I? Am I? My brain is cramping. Oh, Nightbot. He's a mod. Mr. Nightbot, you've just done such a good job. Oh my God, you've just done such a good job. You're just a good boy. Yes, you are. We're going to have to start talking to Nightbot like he is a puppy dog. Oh, there you go. Booyah. She admits it. What did I admit? What did I admit? What did I admit? What is on recording? How is my sound to you guys? I think the sound here is richer to me when I'm closer to the mic. It's not so tinny. But anyway, yeah. So are we good with the bingo card? Oh, Frankie. You ought to feel safe. You ought to feel safe. We're a safe place. We try to be a very safe place. Everybody can have differences of opinions as long as we're respectful. Oh, June. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for your support. I love my courtroom junkies. Thank you so much for the super chat. And we are definitely drama llama ding dong free. So yes, thank you so much for Angela K1 and Tinka2. Y'all are just so awesome. And Miss June's been a member for 2 months. Yes, I did see that. I'm getting ready to go there. Thank you so much. So, motive, it's not true. Okay. We have the same card today. Okay, so I only missed 2. So there we go. That's what we have today. Approach the bench. I could have sworn he said that, June. You may have, when they had a sad bar, they said, may we approach? No, I'll take it off. Okie dokie. So we got sidebar. Got it. So my bingo card matches her bingo card. There we go. The bingo queen. There was a farmer who had a dog and bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O. 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 And bingo was his name. Oh, I can't get that song out of my head today. It sucks. Oh, Lordy, y'all. Oh, Lordy, y'all. We will be doing the trial at lunchtime, or we're not in. We did have lunch. Sorry. Bingo! I got 2 bingos. Yes, we've got the Twinkies. Have y'all ever heard when someone says Twinkie? That's because there's 2 of the same in the thing. Like if you have 2 Volkswagens, Twinkies. If you say something at the same time as somebody else in the exact same words in stereo, I'm showing my age now, really.
Yeah, if you step outside of the court.
Is it me or did they lose sound?
Reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court.
Okay, so it was him. So you have two as well. Wonderful. Angela, say bingo twice. Say, I bingo. You did. Okay, you got it. No, it doesn't happen very often, but I love having both of you here today. My gosh, can y'all do me a favor? Guys, this is an oversaturated trial, so our numbers are really low. Is there any way y'all can share this? And of course, when you do comment, I shared, like you do, I bingoed. And just like that, if you do it just like that, you'll be entered into a drawing if you win the drawing today, you'll be entered into the end of the month drawing. So please share and help us grow our channel. We would greatly appreciate that. I think, yeah, we got our mods. I mean, I like to have at least 5 mods because that way they don't have to be here every single day. We can rotate. If they have appointments, if they have things in their lives, they don't burn out. Hi there. Yes, it's all about, I'm not going to have 20, but I'd like to have at least an odd number of 5 so we don't burn out. Oh gosh. So we'll see. Oh, that light's getting ready to start blinking over there, and I'm good. There it goes. Why are you blinking? I don't know why it's blinking, and I'm going to have to research it, but I don't know why it's blinking. It's a new light. It shouldn't be doing that. Very much well should not be doing that. Oh yeah, let's just keep everything on her. Oh.
This case on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to say they're an undercover agent because I have no idea what else to call them. They didn't give their name, didn't give any information. So, yeah, I caught it. My bad. So, let me get this thing worked. We're waiting. We're waiting. We love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Oh. I'm trying to go in and support somebody.
So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept. What
You
want
can't
to do
hear me?
is approach somebody.
Shows
and
I'm
see
fine.
if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right. So you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
Deborah,
That happened in
yes.
South Miami, somewhere
Yes,
near her
Deborah.
residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the
I knew I
street,
had 5.
sidewalk?
Sorry,
I did.
Deborah.
Okay. And what did you do?
My apologies.
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83.
Okay.
Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83 is in the.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, with a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number. And
I have to say this, Joe, you must have had some burning ears because I called you in just a few minutes ago, Joe. I was saying, where's Joe Schmo? Oh, cool. Yeah, did he smell nice? As my girlfriend used to say, who used to always ask, she used to say, honey, a nice man smells nice. A good man takes care of themselves and they smell nice. So Joe Schmo, did he smell nice? Okay. She did talk like that, by the way. I kid you not. I kid you not. You did.
The $5,000, which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone. So I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review state security?
Oh, they want her to look like the sweet Southern granny. You know, nothing says more than a granny than an Oxford shirt with a cardigan sweater. You can't get any much more granny than that unless you throw an apron on her. Then you really granny. Just saying.
112 thumb drive containing those two recordings.
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 112, Your Honor.
Good one, Schmo.
I'm showing you states 117. Are there?
Thank you, Joe.
117.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on States Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, States 117, Your Honor.
Objection.
Okay.
States 117 is admitted.
And States 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
right?
answered, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
There were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that's.
Oh! Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said 5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay, well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence, so.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th, I received the call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so call the Adel Institute.
Honey, I'm going to use the word. That's a resting bitch face right there, y'all. That's normal.
And get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think puto.
Puto?
Puto.
Call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what KD baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write. Yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody. Yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm
Looky.
send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
And you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, he
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person. I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from, she didn't say if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
So we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You guys step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
Keep them under the state subpoena, so that we can call in our case in chief, please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newman at the city attorney's office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
My live captioning disappeared. While we're waiting for that, welcome to our actually 3 new mods. Take it to Deborah Owens and Angela. Y'all are simply the best. Thank you so much for joining the team.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Ooh, he's handsome. Too young.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Luis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So I'll make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138.
So true, Chinkitude.
Publishing 139. Publishing 140. When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table. So just estimating based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right. And did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right. So you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
but
you understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation
That's
with that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will you be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness.
State Law Steve McElveen.
Will you be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness.
State Law Steve McElveen.
I wonder, I'd love for Charlie to be here today. I am so wanting to hear that man's testimony. I want to see if he turns on Mama. By the way, I did fix our thing. I apologize to my mods. I did it on the fly. But here again, welcome our 3 new mods, Tinkatu, Deborah Owens, and Angela. We welcome you to the family, and you are so awesome, and we appreciate you more than you will ever realize. I don't think that's Charlie. Sorry about the noise. I'll
Raise your
mute.
right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your
About to give will be the truth. I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering and forensics.
Electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
I'm going.
I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I think it's all legit. I don't think it's implants.
Articles related to
I could be
the
wrong.
field?
Yes, I have multiple.
That's a head of
Have you
hair.
ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen, So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he is not able to say that the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Magbanua's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of the testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay, and is the work
By either party.
not from the state judge?
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Donnal.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson. So I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them. Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, States Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right. Move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
No objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
So it's 3:26 there. I wonder if they're going to end early today. All right, let's look at our bingo card while we're waiting for them. He did say approach. I think, I don't know, June, I'm going to need your guidance on this, beloved. Hopefully I got that one right. They're moving so fast I can't keep up, y'all. Okay, let's get back into court. Of course, we're all just sitting here. We'll see how y'all feeling, how y'all doing. I thought so too. Okay, here's a bingo card. I could have sworn they said, is it not true? They've said that. I'm going to call that one. Thank you, Joe Schmo.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay.
It happens.
Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Thank you, Nightbot.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 through 52.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right, State's Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpeting.
The hole was still there in the carpet, correct.
Publishing States 51. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
Attached to the fuel line.
Close up.
That's risky. I would never patch a fuel line. I know it's expensive, but dang. I'm not a mechanic, but that makes me nervous.
I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
I'm craving olives. I'm sorry. Better than candy.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? There was a second trip that preceded.
I had to grab the caption.
July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble. You can just speak up a little bit, our special agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay, and are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, State's Exhibit 99, are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce State's 99.
Yeah, objection. States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Katherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed I'm sorry, oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay, and specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right, and is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right, managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right, permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. Preparing for the court in the jury room. Everyone can be seated. So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Sorry, guys. I just found out a dear friend died. I guess it's part of life. I didn't know she was ill. I didn't know anything. Guess I'll have a funeral to go to this week. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't know that she was ill or anything. Trying to get a hold of Mom. I've had too much death lately. Too much. Anyway, bingo card. I think motive moved to strike media, and I think we did get media in, did we? I don't know what you mean by media, June. Can you clarify that? Thank you all. Her name was Carol Rosenflew. I saw her recently, well, about a month ago. She'd been struggling with some health issues, but I didn't think it was anything that was going to reporters or newspapers, etc. So do we check it off? So these are the 4 I have. So if I'm wrong, let me know. And we're going to go real quick while we're waiting for that back over to the hearing for Trooper Proctor.
Asking if you recognize that.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
Carol Rosenflug
And,
passed
if
away.
you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell's inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined, what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
So I answer again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Again,
Reed or the medical?
Miss Reed.
Better to do this.
Yeah, Coach Jones?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Winchell? Yes.
Yeah, that dude, the younger one.
You recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Krakowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kaskowski, and Trooper Chico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. You know, Mayor, Coach, just to point out.
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time.
Do you like women who shit themselves?
The answer, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Bukowski responds, "That's her, smoke." Trooper Bukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, "Said the Albans beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross." Trooper Chico, "Oh, fuck her, bitch."
Can I approach the retreating room?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Mill Barracks.
Proctor is writing so much, I'd swear he's on fire.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very active in his defense.
May I approach?
Yes.
Other documents to recognize those?
I do.
Will you recognize those, please?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Bukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Keck.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, what the date and time again, please?
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three
Yeah.
responses from you?
I have, yeah.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Fine, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No news so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point,
Or has the hots for the little girl.
talking about his client's phone, who you're referring to?
Miss Reed.
Who is she? That's not his wife, is it? Yeah, I agree. Is that his wife?
If I may note for the record, clip 8 that was just played.
It needs to be sticking between him and the defendant, not the woman in the background.
And the playback began from that clip at approximately 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 19 seconds. And was played until approximately 6 hours, 31 minutes, and 20 seconds. Then it was skipped ahead to 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 35 seconds approximately. And played until the end of the clip, which took place around 6 hours, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds on that exhibit. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, is it fair to say that from, with respect to your review and specifically allegation F, derogatory text messages sent about the suspect to other law enforcement personnel, that testimony that was just played effectively concluded Michael Proctor's testimony from June 10th?
Correct.
And then it did not pick up again until June 12th on cross-examination, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I suggest suspending questioning of the commission's suggestion. Thank you.
So the time is about 11, 4, we want to get another 15-minute recess.
I bet he didn't think it was funny at all. I bet he was like, dude, don't tell me how to do my job. I was wondering if that was Elizabeth Proctor or not. She looked a little younger than I thought she was, but that very well may be the wife who is supporting her husband 100%.
22, August 17th specifically. You were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper.
Now we're back over here, y'all. Now we back over here.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does it
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85 is entered.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing.
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? She's right.
What's, I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Oh, yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
He's too good for that.
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good.
He does.
Oh, boy.
Guys, I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am looking tomorrow.
Oh.
I know. And then That was off Monday.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's right.
That's fine, I
Very
don't care.
good.
Yeah,
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker.
yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to
Yeah,
8 minutes and
that's
56
two
seconds.
guys, but they need to-
Because I'm in that demographic of guy I want to date.
Right.
And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. No.
Well, it's how unusual a guy he is.
Of course,
And people see, and especially,
I have done,
I know,
Well,
I
to be
know,
honest.
I know.
and I will continue to talk to her. But there's, there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's gonna screw her life because they're infinitely another day, they're infinitely another day.
What's that?
There's not gonna be another
No,
day.
no. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's, that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is
If that's what she needs to do, she's to do
the
that.
experience where I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old's going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with David because she's there with her clean serious head.
I know.
But it opens it to you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I would date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility to kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
cool. Only someone like him who's got these days who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. This is a good example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to the White House. We'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl. He's known forever. Okay, he has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise and then the conversation will pick back
All
up.
right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the
That's-
beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two, that one. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, or that's somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid parks in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as baby selling, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule look like? It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me's pissed because, you know what? Someone is handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you can, I don't know if she's got her hands or something on that.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out and do?
This guy not only is crazy about her,
Yeah.
he's about his belief. And he's actually treats her, and that's what.
That's why, not because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the
We'll
kid.
tolerate the kids, we'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right there. They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
Know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again.
No,
Throws it away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, throwing it away for the kids that deserve it. Yeah.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was a
Cool. Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can just tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I should say, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
You fuck it up good. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you can.
I know. Charlie,
So-
believe me and embrace what it is. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can tell
I
you this.
really am. And I
No.
appreciate what you do because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say he wake up? This is not as a perfect afternoon. It's glad to be good. Thank God.
I got published. Most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like
I
you
know.
were saying, to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
And that's what I listen. When
Feel like an actor on your head at the meeting going, wake up, wake up.
trust me, Mom, it's believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good. And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too, is like, Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendi, I wouldn't meet Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
Okay, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, but what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
He's crazy. They all are crazy. Comfort break.
Correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything.
No,
But
we can wake up.
I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week, but then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month, and then you take the test.
I'm not, yeah, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, I right now.
This isn't what it's
feeling
supposed to be.
like, so I would eat.
Is this 2873? No. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitman. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Sorry, not with the Adelsons, but the hit that he that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Katherine Magbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and Sigfredo Garcia talked to Katherine Magbanua through the phones. Katherine Magbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson to the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations. that
So
were
was it of
occurring during those
interest to
times.
find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
gonna
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she gonna call Luis Rivera? What's she gonna do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that now? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
Right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea. So didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And is
cause
that
him,
is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and Brannon for quite some time after your problem up north that was resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Susan. Well, this will explain it.
She looks totally different.
Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hello? Hey, Hans.
What happened? He's all like, oops, y'all having trouble. Y'all can't get it done. Oh my gosh.
Tonight after work, or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet the people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm going to even, I'll have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their, piano lesson around 4-ish, and they, I've got the traffic up there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about it?
The dad did work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now. I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendy down there? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
No, maybe they can come home. Maybe they can get here till about 7 when some dad gets here.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
Or can tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh, yeah, so really.
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier than that. Coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. I was something that came hand to hand to me. I exited the building today.
Is it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
All right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says to both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it me not paying the fund tax? I don't get it. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with
But
the
the
same
shop is
company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea that you know.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true, that they can do what you said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff in the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was
I'll
looking
do
at
that now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably not. Oh,
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, if someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I'm gonna have to give you a little. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this, look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I can hear. Okay.
Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know, black one, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's gonna be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't need to about 4:15. And even if I, came up there and got there a little, it'd be 5:15, it was gonna be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for the to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like, whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy.
Wait.
Do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But,
My sister and brother-in-law turned me on to that chili. Sweet memories with that chili.
just walking in, either, and I would like to try to get through today. I will definitely, I'm just trying to find get back here in time for them to not
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter?
not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's handwritten.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and I was right, and I go past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guy after me.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll work on the computer and then finish it, okay? Yeah, amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
How is that amazing?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that day.
Really?
County, I can make you a chance to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and you're worried. You know?
All right. Well, I mean, you have to get into the stuff with insurance. I mean, that's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it's just a copy of all the things what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
Actually, I mean, that's nothing. I was kind of saying if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me. Well, I don't think it's people threaten you, gotta go to the police. But let me let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I'm impressed. But
Yeah, I'd like to just see it, see what you think.
yeah,
I mean,
no.
especially for the fishermen, right here, right up here. So let's do that, let's make it, 12:20, 12:30, tomorrow, that would be ideal, okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm gonna get paid for those a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, come down and see.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right.
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing them.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, and is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3:00, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right, publish call C, please.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First talked to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Not true. We saw the video. He had tried to hand it.
They wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe him to a T.
What's that?
You could describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset.
don't see if your dad is like, take a look at it, your dad flies off.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's clear, what's wanted.
What is it, kind of fancy, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about $5,000.
They ask you for $5,000? That's fucking crazy. Yeah,
And then she, like, ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it, and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln Jones first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll.
That's why if you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever
We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
So, what do y'all think about them phone calls, y'all? She's guilty as hell. If I wasn't sure now, then I am now. I don't know about you, but that's how I found. I feel that if I was on the fence before, now I am over the fence. She knows. She knew about this. She was a part of it. No, it sure doesn't, case one. Doesn't look good at all. It does not look good in the least for her. I think he is genuinely worried about his mom because his mom going to prison for the rest of her life is a real thing. And he's there. I was kind of hoping we'd have him come into trial today, but maybe tomorrow. I want to hear him, but he'll probably come in on her defense.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
Yay.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment
I don't think they're super damning, but I sure believe they're super telling.
bugged?
No, he did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, he didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes,
Well,
Charlie.
was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at
Did
all.
he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No,
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
that's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Rule, please clarify your question, Ms. Ketterman, so it's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
Yes, a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Katherine Magbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, like, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you.
I can't. It's like loud, so I can't get up.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, so leave it on. All right. Somebody. Hang on, okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story, and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is regarding. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a pension or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I guess Bob didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But,
But like, did she see the person? Was she like,
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right, right, and you're like,
I said, you gotta go straight to the police. So she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't wanna talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see the person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
yeah.
So she's like, just.
Well, do you ever stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. You didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
Who knows?
for your mom, like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't.
That person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you.
What is it? They wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what you
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just as soon as I have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What am I doing me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does,
would feel bad for your mom. Like, what the hell? Like, if I that was me, would I come over right away? Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing a hat and glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
yeah, did you have any fight with anyone over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always come by over there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time to finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there.
So figure somewhere around 4, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, you know.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
Interesting.
In this call,
Very
Charlie
interesting.
Adelson tells Katherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Katherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a boardwalk, sidewalk along the water behind their building. They walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were?
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence.
Oh, he's smiling. He's all like, So Miss Donna Adelson is getting tired of wearing the headphones. She made a stink, and so she's getting these special headphones because she's old. She doesn't hear so well, and she needed the assistant device so she could hear in court. So they made this accommodation for her. Well, this is now day 4 trial, and she's not been wearing them throughout the trial. It's off and on. Now the judge is making her wear it because she said she needed it to hear. So now it's an accommodation. She has to use it.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had
They
recording equipment
tried.
brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no
Were
audio.
you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to interview States 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening. Everyone can be seated.
That's on their end.
Gentlemen, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kaplan not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that you're getting to.
We'll one of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're reading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could.
I wondered about that highlighting because in other courts and other systems and other things we've seen, nothing can be highlighted, nothing can be marked. It cannot be something, it has to be clean, because the highlighted parts can make someone feel that that part is more important and pay more attention to it, when in fact it may not be. It can prejudice the jury.
Could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating.
She's
again
right about
on
that.
call. And that's not fair to my client. It's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the stage, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided. And
You're right, Schmo. You're right, Joe Schmo.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of agent said. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
She's all, thank you, Judge. We'll watch for a minute and see if they go back over to the court. But, y'all, that's kind of damning, kind of interesting. We're not done yet. I got a few things I want to talk to you about. First of all, we still have the Karen Reed, kind of been watching the Michael Proctor, but that's like detailed 3 or 4 days. It's a long trial. I mean, it's a long hearing. So we'll start using that yet again tomorrow. Sorry. Here is the bingo card for today. We got a couple things. While we're doing the bingo card, we have a report that, are y'all ready for this? The first movie series is coming out. Anita Mass, actress Elizabeth Banks, Massachusetts native, will reportedly star as Karen Reed in the upcoming series about the recent Red Room Trials saga. According to multiple sources, both Dateline and Variety reported on Wednesday that the Pittsfield native will portray Reed in a limited series in development by Prime Video, Warner Brothers Television. The show will reportedly be based on the popular podcast and following the case. And so if you don't know who that is, come on. That's the actress that's going to be playing Karen Reed. I wonder if she's going to have to lose weight. Sometimes they make them lose weight to fit the role. So that's an interesting little twist, not unexpected. We knew that there was going to be movies and books and everything else. Karen Reed needs to recoup a lot of money, boo. So as far as I know, these are the ones that we have in the bingo. Make sure you have your bingos in. Make sure you have your likes in and your subscribes. I'm getting ready to go do the drawing. We will be going live, I think at 7 p.m. tonight. I'm going to probably just move it back to 6. Let's move it back to 6. So it's not so late for me. 6 o'clock my time, Central. That's 4 o'clock West Coast, 7 o'clock East Coast. We're going to be watching the Cardi B trial. That was interesting, y'all. And I think Cardi B takes a stand yet again. All right, let's start with the giveaways. Man, y'all, we only had 1 sub, 10 likes, and 7 shares. How many bingos? 4 bingos? Oh, come on, y'all. I'll give you 1 more minute. I know, K-Swan, that's going to be an interesting watch. That really, really is. Get your stuff in, y'all. Okay, we're going to start with the share. We only had one new sub. We're going to start with the shared. Let me get it over here. And I've been getting hit like crazy, even though this music I have is copyright free. I don't know why I'm getting hit with music all of a sudden. All right, let's see who's going to win today. Nightbot! Congratulations, Nightbot. You can't play. June. Not June S, regular June. Congratulations. Yay, Aaron! You won! Congratulations. All right, here's the light. Hey, Swan, congratulations. You're a mod. I draw again. Oh, state of confusion. You got it in too late. We'll put you in there tomorrow. All my mods are winning. Come on, y'all. That's why we need to have more people liking. We had enough people viewing. I mean, if you like it, it's free. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't cost anything. That costs you a dang thing. Oh gosh, come on. There we go. Congratulations, G14. Yay! Y'all are so awesome, y'all. I kind of knew this was going to be a little bit short on viewers because this is such a public case. It's oversaturated, but I want to thank all of you guys so much for watching. I want to thank Joe Schmo for being here. I love it when other mods come in and other content creators come in. Thank you to all my mods. We have June, we have Tinkatude, we have Deborah, we have Kay Swan, and we have Angela. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of today. Tonight, we'll be back at 6 o'clock. That gives me 2 hours. I got to get some things done. Actually, what I'd love to do is take a nap, but nope, I got college work I got to get done. So I'm going to go do my homework and then I'll be back to be with you guys and get us going for the Cardi B trial. Cardi B, not Cardi, Cardi B. So y'all have any comments or questions or concerns before we say goodbye? There. Trying to clear out all my stuff, get it all ready for tonight. Congratulations to all of our entry winners. We'll see you guys in a few hours. Please go get some food, stretch, walk around, get some exercise, and see you in a little bit. Cardi B is getting to be a very fun trial to watch. This is a lighthearted fun trial. It's not, but it is. No one died. Okay, guys, miigwech, have a fabulous evening. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.